Dirty frickin' dog!
Quit playing with your dinghy.
I will not.
I can feel it all the way down in my plums.
Get your hand off my penis!
Oh, fuck you.
Fucker!
You're the fucker. Oh, well. Somebody's all pissed off today. Maddie. Hi, Crazy Bird TV. How could you possibly be pissed off? Am I? I don't think I think I'm at normal distance. Is it not working well? Balls. Seems quiet. It does. I'm looking at the. Something happened with this. Oh yeah.
It's switched. Is this better? No. I had it on my mic from my headset, Maddie, from the last stream. So it was still picking me up, but it was like I'm, 8 feet away from it. Yamboree, you get first. You get one of those now newly prized oily points that everybody's going so crazy for nowadays. There you go. You're getting very close to a private lesson. Or you could buy said private lesson for $25. It's a lot to put in a command, Maddie. But maybe it's worth it. Or maybe I could post a link to all the rules. Or all the things you could redeem for it. It's just another thing, though, to keep up with when anything changes. Did you see all the ones I added? Maybe, Ambry. I mean, but it's also... I don't think it's a completely unreasonable price. And I'm starting, right? So it's like... I mean, hell, if I got, if I started getting, like... I don't know, like, multiple per week, maybe. But... we'll see if anybody does it in the first place. You know? You're gonna do the private lessons? Hell yeah. Well, I do take tips. Well, awesome. That's exciting. I'm not a fucker. What did you view for people in their critiques? Did you all find that stuff helpful? Or was I ragging on the same shit too much? Definitely. Good. Good. I like to think I keep a pretty even keel about that shit and just, you know, be honest. I'm not gonna, like, you know, lick someone's ass for the sake of it. But I'll tell you things that I think you were doing well or your intent was good. Good, Doc Goddess. Doc Goddess, I will be messaging you because you know you just won 2 badly made paintings. So I do gotta sign the watermelons. I forgot to sign it. Yeah, that makes sense, Yambari. I mean, my entire viewpoint of it all is... Hold on, my papa's calling me, and he is in Poland. So, 1 second. All right, we'll see. He just called me and said, "Where are you?" And I said, "Home." And then he says, "I'll call you back." He is in Poland. But yeah, I teach with the intent to provide you with the conceptual understanding. All right, never mind. Hold. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that, everybody. My dad has been in Poland for like a week and a half, and he was buying pigment, and he was just kind of telling me about the plants coming back. So, I'm getting my refresh of pigment, everybody.
Fucker.
At a much better price. Then, I ordered it from here. My garbage bag just spilled out. That's right, Monica. I thought I'd do a special portrait of you from the photos you sent. How you doing, Monica? Yeah, it was weird that Mr. Pigments did a redeem of you. Thought that was kind of odd. Okay. We all go through our non-shaving patches. Okay. All right, palette for today is titanium white, lead white, bismuth, vanadate yellow, lemon, pyrrole red, quinacridone magenta, ultramarine blue, phthalo blue, and buoyant umber. This is a pretty warm painting. I might get a little bit adventurous in some areas. We'll see. We're painting on a pretty small canvas today because I got some that I had some, and I'm like, oh, just might as well use them. This is 11 by 14 inches. For you non-Americans, that is approximately 35 by 27 and a half. 35 by 27 and a half. Zorn is never perfect, Monica. How are you today? I also ordered some new brushes yesterday, everybody. I also ordered some new brushes. Yeah, I'm doing all right. Just kind of normal stuff. It's a little bit nice and cool over here. Cook some good food. Trying to think of what my next setup is outside of these. But yeah, good. I'm doing swell. My shoulder, I think, is doing better. Because I don't think since I'm not reaching across my body anymore, I think it's getting better. I think it's getting better, everybody. Like, there's still some soreness, but it's not even remotely the same. And it could also be a contribution for how I sleep on it. But I am very optimistic at this point. Don't you want me to come want you? Yeah. All you gotta do is just meet me and before you destroy my shoulder. Yeah, that's good. But yeah, got pigment on the way, everybody. I have 3 kilograms of that bismuth yellow on the way. So I'm super stoked about that. What is this color? Do I need to go more desaturated? Maybe. Let's keep this more desaturated. Felt like there was a little bit more yellow. There's yellow in spots that it's fooling me. That's bamboozling me. So we'll start off with that. I will tell you what to do, Kraken. Hi, Shasta. Yeah, I got 3 kilograms of that shit on the way home from Poland right now, Shasta. As well as a kilogram of quinacridone magenta, a kilogram of phthalo blue, and a kilogram of pyrrole red. For basically half the price of what I can get it here. You Europeans and your cheap prices. Oh my god, are you a drug head, Kraken? A kilo? I got 6 keys. No, you gotta call it keys. You gotta call it keys. But so this might be the time I do the, I might, Shasta, like, use up all the pigments I have for the watercolors. I hope he doesn't. That would, but he has receipts, you know. He might have to pay customs, who knows. So a drug head, Kraken. Yeah, no, I'm it's a bit of a weight off my shoulders because you know, the bismuth yellow is back available again from where I bought it from, but from about a year pre-Trump, it's over double the price from where it was pre-Trump. And this one is like very reasonably priced, and I don't have to pay shipping and possibly not customs, and it's a big savings for basically the highest quality version of it, because there's always risk that when you buy it from small sellers, they cut it with a little chalk. It is always possible. But now I gotta investigate if cobalt turquoise is worth ordering from Pigment. I cannot pull the racist card. I am white. But I did have direct family members affected by the Holocaust. But, you know, Monica, wasn't the Polish side that was affected by the Holocaust. It was the Ukrainian side. Don't you want me like I want you, baby? Don't you need me like I need you now? Okay. Go a little bit of purple. That's not a bad color. That is true. That is true. Okay. So I should have probably moved this a little bit right now. Left, I mean. I think if I wanted to center this, because if I had that, it's going to be off to the side. Let's move that to the left a little bit before I do this mark. Just need another brush. Me. Let's move this like another few pubes to the left. Don't eat frozen crap. Samosas are so good. That's one of my weaknesses, Shasta. Samosas with raita. Oh, you mean food, not literal poop. Okay, I was saying don't eat literal frozen poop. It's not good for you. Okay. All right, we moved it to the left. Good. Probably a little, maybe a little dark. Let's add a little bit more. That seemed to be a little bit too much red. So let's counteract it. There, that seems more where I want it to be. I mean, those are all delicious things. Who doesn't love a good pierogi? And sauerkraut. Delicious. There's some good food. There's some dog shit. A lot of American Polish. You have to find a good restaurant in the United States for like good Polish food. If you go to kind of like the mediocre ones, it's very Americanized here. But you could find some like pretty good authentic stuff. At least in Chicago. So that's like down here. Well, Polish cuisine is like, from my understanding, is very similar, like in like how the French approach it with the regional stuff, but you know, there is some crossover between the two. Don't fill up on weed gummies. Yeah. I agree with that, from my experience. Obviously, you know more about it. But like, you know, I'm kind of thinking of more like French rural is going to be very similar, probably except for like wine, right? The difference is wine and the usage of wine in cooking, I think is not as significant in Slavic. Yeah. Hola, pickles. What do you mean you throw out the wrappers? Is there something off about my YouTubes right now, everybody? No, it's public. Oh, that's weird. This is one of those days where it doesn't push it on YouTube at all. I'm doing right, Tommy. How you doing, buddy? What do you mean you can't hear anything but me? I don't usually play music. I just have the storm that follows me around. How you doing, Omizu? Shasta. Okay, there we go. Oh, awesome, Tommy. How's the clay experiments been going? God, this red is strong. Yo. Don't you want me? Ooh, fantastic, Tommy. Nope, nope. Weed is illegal in Canada, too. Let's get this face in here. All you gotta do is just meet me at the... So I'm excited. I did another order from Rosemary & Co. I'm testing out their fan brushes, everybody. You stink, Crotchburns.
This guy stinks!
I got some more Ultimate Bristle Flats, though. Coming in sizes that I want more of. And I got some fan brushes coming in, so... Did everyone see the new redeems for the oily points? Did everybody see the new redeems? I can go over them.
Lottie frickin'
Go Lottie freaking Dommy. You passed it?
And that's a fact.
Random historical paint fact? Alright.
Hey, Sarah!
Yeah, I would despise those pickles. Yeah, I got the ultimate bristles from, again, those have been the most reliable brushes in my opinion. Ultimate bristles from Rosemary & Co. So I got like 6, 7, 8, 10. I did get a 0 and a 1 to see, but in flats, not in rounds. And then I got like 5 different fan brushes. And I got them all in the 11-inch handles. Well, there is, I will do the historical paint fact. So the new redeems are obviously the private lessons. So it's a half-hour private lesson for 50 oily points. There is a fan brush stream now, so you can make me do an entire painting with a fan brush. There's a single brush redeem, so I have to do an entire painting with one brush of my choosing. There is a pastel stream redeem now. Son of a bitch. I'm trying to tell people stuff. So now you can make me do a pastel stream. And then I did the, remember I did the red sunglasses stream? You can make me do one of those as well. And you can mix and match redeems, everybody. You can mix and match redeems. So, if you wanted me to do a, red sunglasses with fan brushes, you could have me do that if you paid the points. All right. Your historical paint fact. We're going to talk about cosmetics, aka makeup and dyes for clothing. Okay. All right, you sons of bitches. All right, so pigments and dyes almost as commonly used for paint, and in some cases more, were used for clothing and makeup. And like house paint, stuff like that, right? Not to mention like toys, candles. But let's talk about makeup. Let's talk about makeup first, right? Or body painting, right? Nah, yeah, you still need to get to about 800 salt for it to be unwieldy. But, you know, one of the first uses of pigment outside of cave paintings was for body painting, which is still around today. Like the Maasai tribe in Africa, but specifically in areas of Australia, in other parts of Africa, obviously, and like Southern Asia, oh, he's going to now, Yambri, where they would use ochres to paint their bodies, right? Usually red was the most highly prized, but there's yellow, there's white, there was black, you know, there was the whole range of colors that they would use to literally paint their bodies with. This carried on into other practices like in Egypt as well, where they would do body decorations with other pigments, and it would range from the colors available to them, even to toxic pigments. So, for example, as we got into the Western world, most pigments had white mixed into them. What was the main and almost only white pigment available to people for about 2,500 years, everybody? Do we know what was pretty much the only white pigment available? Lead white, that is correct. What does that mean? That lead white was basically a part of a vast majority of all makeups that were used on people. On people. No, bone doesn't make a white pigment. Not to mention when you get into other specific colors, right? So, there were some other deadly pigments that were used for makeup, specifically Scheele's green. Scheele's green, which was made from arsenic, was used in the cosmetic industry as well as toys, candles, wallpapers, shit like that, right? Even back in, I believe this dates back to Romans. The Romans would even use mercury-based vermilion in makeup and body, you know, body paintings. And because of the reason why is because the vibrancy of those colors. They didn't have great other options to get those colors. I might have moved this too high. It's too high, maybe? Do I have to move everything lower? We'll see. Well, so this is an interesting fact, Rochburns. In Roman times, usually wealthy families or politicians did not it was common for families' bloodlines to die out because of vermilion specifically, because they would paint their walls with it, not to mention makeup and like lead related toxicity from food. Very common. That's why you don't really have any like really like long running family names that date back to the Romans. Like you did in, you know, Europe, in like the Middle Ages and so forth. But now let's get to dyes. All right. Dyes were a huge market. Like dyes for clothes, because people wanted cooler clothes than like beiges and browns. It was usually a very common status symbol to have like a yellow piece of clothing or a green or blue or purple. And this led to dyes being very desired by the general public for long periods of time. So remember that fact that I said that cochineal red was Spain's second largest export from the Americas to Europe outside of silver. Purple, yeah, but there was still a dye for it in the 1800s, Rochburns. I'll get onto that. It's not boring. But the main reason why that cochineal red was so wanted was not for the pigment. It was wanted for the pigment, but it was general use for dyes that it was so prized and wanted. Okay. Now, some interesting takes. There was a dye called London Purple in the 1800s that was fairly popular, and it was made from arsenic. It was made from arsenic, everybody. And apparently the Queen of England was known to wear dresses dyed with that purple. Wear contact could be dangerous. Those eyes are perfect, everybody. Perfect eyes. But there was other dyes like indigo that were very popular. Woad. Kermes red. But the main reason why they were largely sought after were because of the clothing industry. I am not putting you to sleep. This is a very high-paced, exciting stream. You know it. I know it. The American people know it. No, this isn't a panda. This is a shark. This is a shark. It's Shark Week, everybody. My brush is a fucking mess. Don't you want you, baby? Yeah, this is Benicio the shark. My random historical paint facts are not boring. They're interesting. Yeah, it needs more yellow, huh? No, this isn't a land shark. This is a deep sea shark. This is this shark is primarily in the Mariana Trench.
And that's a fact.
You can't hit me with back-to-backs. Um,
And that's a fact.
don't make me put a limit on these. Oh, you've been told. Right here. Meet me at the... What else? I'm gonna treat these as a 2-for-1. You wasted your points.
And that's a fact.
No. I might refuse. I will put a limit on this. Let's see. Let's go with... Really hard doing them back to back. Especially with Monica berating me. By all accounts, it's fact, Rochburns. There were, and there was a public outrage. I can't afford that, Monica. Yeah, no, that was the case. I mean, people, you know, like there's still like underground markets for mummies because people eat that shit, Rochburns. I mean, we could talk about like the fucked up things pigments have been made of. Like mummy brown is legitimately one of the more fucked up things that people made pigments from. Obviously ivory, but how people viewed ivory has really matured. Basically, in the, you know, there was a public outrage against usage of ivory for pigments starting in the 1800s. I mean, really, do you all know what the most probably, do you guys know what the most probably, unethical pigment is today to use? What do you all think the most unethical pigment is to use today? Cobalt. Yep. It's probably anything cobalt. Now, even though painting pigments only accounts for, the number I heard is less than 1% of the cobalt mined today, the fact of the matter is you really can't ethically source cobalt. Yeah. Well, that's why it's mined so much and why there's, you know, basically modern day slavery, specifically in the Congo, is because of batteries. But in the past, you could actually make an argument that there's some ethical issues with earth pigments as well. Well, current Tesla drivers don't care. But, you know, fact of the matter, Rochburns, is all of our cell phones. You know? All of our cell phones require cobalt right now. I am not an ethical issue. I have perfect ethics. No, it's something to think about though with your consumption. You know, I would say the only benefit we have is that hopefully the next material that batteries are made from are not cobalt. But earth pigments have some ethical issues with regards to environment as well. Environmental impact because of mines and shit. I would probably also argue that cinnabar, which is the mercury-based pigment, was like a pretty big ethical issue for mining. Because they, you know, there were people just in mines in like, you know, 200 BC mining that shit, and they were most likely dying from it. You know, Imperial China mining. How is this my fault, Monica? Good night. Rest well, okay? Are you sure you don't want to stay up for this? No, vermilion is made from cinnabar, Rochburns. With the addition of sulfur, they turned cinnabar into vermilion. Vermilion is more, I guess the word they use is brilliant. It's more saturated. But it was either late Greeks or early Romans who figured out vermilion from cinnabar. But Imperial China, specifically the Han Dynasty, they used cinnabar when they were like making glazes for the red pottery and shit like that. That glaze is made from cinnabar. Mud, are there any a-holes that still use cinnabar for glazing commonly? Or are there any traditionalists that still practice that shit? The patu. Do you know about the theory that Van Gogh's Cafe Terrace tonight is a representation of the Last Supper? I have not heard of that, but I I would naturally doubt that. I should say I would be very skeptical, and I would need to see the direct evidence or like a, you know, intent, or see some obvious intent from Van Gogh. I'm very distrusting of Van Gogh as a whole, Rochburns. Check the letters. Well, I'll get Tom Hanks on it for... I'm not saying it's not possible, but a lot of people subscribe meaning to things. To a man that I just don't think was that intentional, if that makes sense. Is there, Martini? Well, I'm gonna get Tom Hanks and Nicolas Cage on it. We'll get both of them. I have them both on speed dial. Yeah, I'm also, you know, Rochburns, I'm also very biased in the sense that I don't like Van Gogh. You know, there's plenty of paintings I like of Van Gogh. I don't like Van Gogh as a person. And I also get annoyed by, like, how he is romanticized. That's a me problem, though. The Dutch Nicolas Cage is Nicolas Cage. Well, I will say one of his best friends for a long time, Rochwords, was a unapologetic pedophile. So I have some strong feelings with regards to that. And grab too much blue. Don't you just love when you grab too much blue? That's probably my biggest issue with Van Gogh. Yeah, he did. But I don't have a huge problem with the brothels. This is called a painting, Sovereign Dragon. This is called a painting. Okay? It's this new fad where we mix linseed oil with pigments, and then we apply that to a canvas to look like something. Okay? It's brand new. I might have invented this. I might have invented this. Does it? Well, thank you, Sovereign. I think so, Cranky. I think this painting with oils is really going to catch on. Well, not this opossum. This opossum is wanted. The ladies love it. Oh, do they? How do they know about it? All you gotta do is just meet me at the Yeah, this one was requested by Mr. Pigments. And if you have enough oily points, you can redeem stuff like this too. Quick answer, Rochburns. No, but I'd be shocked if he had no clue, because Van Gogh did travel with Gauguin, Rochburns, and Gauguin, like, talked about this shit openly. Well, he talked about it in his journals, and it was not like a... did not seem to be like a thing he hid. This is 11 inches by 14 inches. So, Rochburns, there's a literal journal entry from Gauguin talking about how, I think it was a 13-year-old from somewhere in the Caribbean, I believe he was at, was the equivalent to an 18-year-old in the UK. Or not the UK, in France. Or I think he said European woman or European girl. And he did marry I think it was a 13-year-old, mind you, again. And he also left his wife and 5 kids to a life of poverty. He abandoned his first family to go fuck children. So I think that would reflect poorly on the man, or that it would be somewhat representative of the man and his ideals. Gauguin, real piece of shit. Gauguin is a horrendous piece of shit. Don't like Gauguin. Yeah. Yeah, Gauguin had a wife and 5 kids when he was a banker. He was a banker. He decided, fuck this, and wanted to become an artist, and literally left them in a period where women basically couldn't legally work. So he left his poor ex-wife to a life of destitution. Yeah. I mean, his paintings are some of the most highest valued paintings in the world, and it's fucking gross. There are the biggest terrible ones that we have like direct evidence on are Gauguin and Degas. Degas was also an awful man. Degas was a very awful man. Fuck him. Degas, D-E-G-A-S. Edgar Degas. Hi, Icy April Dawn. So, do we know what, why Degas was such a shithead? Does anyone know? I've talked about it before, but... Does anyone here know why Degas was such a shithead? I'm counting this as your random historical paint facts, by the way. So Edgar Degas was a huge anti-Semite, misogynist, and racist. His family was a part of the North American slave trade. Degas is one of the most famous impressionists of all time, Roch Burns. You've probably seen his paintings. He was a fantastic painter and pastel artist. His brothers owned a cotton trade market that he helped bailed out in Louisiana. And his mother's family side was also a part of the slave trade. He was apparently extremely unpleasant to be around, that apparently he lost every single one of his friends. Throughout his life. One of the biggest holdouts was another a-hole, Renoir. Renoir was also a huge misogynist, but even Degas pissed off Renoir enough where they, you know, stopped being friends. Renoir was just from what I've heard, Renoir was a huge misogynist, but there's probably a huge, pretty significant crossover with racism also. But I have not heard racism be levied against him, but there are like letters about how bad his misogyny was. How you doing, Charles? On the plus side, he did die alone. Yeah. Degas would have been a huge trumper. Also, Degas was also probably a pedophile. Degas hung around, you know, those ballet academies. And they were kind of a known place for, you know, pedophilia, prostitution. So Degas was also most likely, you know, a diddler. Did you, Charles? Good for you. So I wouldn't say he dated a ballerina, though. I'll say that. Yeah, Doc, it adds a layer to it, doesn't it? Oh, and another interesting, I'd say, coinkydink with Degas. Degas was really into early photography. So Degas was really into early photography, which makes me very suspicious of his intent. Yeah, they were like 13, 14-year-old, you know, and usually, you know, people who came from poor families as well. Like, it was a bit of a pedophile ring in that time period. So, hi, Sashi. You know, like, Charles, he has a famous statue of a young ballerina. Just FYI. Not to mention his paintings. The best part of dating her was... That's pretty cool. That'd be a really awesome place to do some sketches and stuff. Good, Icy April. Good. Yeah, I could see that. I'm sure there's good ones, Cranky. Depends. There are people who are following their dreams. I think some people might consider me a driven asshole. Have you have you seen me do a tour of my home? It's like a fucking crazy person lives here. All right? But I can assure you a crazy person doesn't live here. A perfectly sane, well-adjusted white man from the Midwest lives here. Very sane. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Does this look like the home of a mentally unstable man? Does it? Does this look like an insane man's home? Good, Charles. Good. I knew you'd agree. Like a crazy person. No, yeah. No, not totally. Perfectly sane. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about, Yambury. Perfectly normal. Everybody has this. Everybody has this in their home. Badly Witch Project. I like the idea. See, like, all right, Yambari, here's a new horror concept. Ghosts living here, but then they instantly see how I live and operate, and it freaks them the fuck out. So they are actively just doing whatever they can to avoid me. I see there's a lot more. I got a lot of skeletons. But that's just one of the skeletons. That's just one of the skeletons. I only have 2 skeletons though. But I will be getting more. I will be getting more skeletons. At one point I will probably have at least 10 skeletons. Right now I have 2 skeletons, a skull, a mannequin, and Kevin. Right? They just keep on going to different rooms. Oh, I would kill that ghost, Sashi. I would kill that ghost. See, and then that's the movie, is me hunting down the ghosts. He's so vindictful. Don't fuck with my paint. Need you now. All you gotta do is just meet me at Make this body too rotund. I might have. No, I'm gonna murder those ghosts. April. Those ghosts are as good as dead. I'm gonna make them wish they were never killed in the first place. Icy, I'll call you Icy. that. This possum kind of has a big ass. See, you get it, Icy. See, that's what would happen. As I'm running around my place like a madman. Probably, Sovereign. Okay, we don't need oil anymore. Both, Martini. I see crazy people. No, I see a crazy person. Possums are cool. They're good people. All right, so now I forgot to bring out oleo gel. So we're gonna put out some oleo gel. They make an honest living too. They seem like the type. Eating all those ticks is a big plus too. And that they don't really have rabies. Yeah. Put two. Right. You know what, everybody? Maybe if I'm lucky, Mitch McConnell's haunting my place. That would be a plus, huh? Maybe I can get Mitch McConnell transferred up here. Are they Doc Goddess? No. He's... You know, I'm gonna make sure he gets transferred up here, Pickles. Wouldn't see? Are you on my side now, Icy? Are you on my side now? If I get Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham transferred up here, Lindsey Graham would probably be. Lindsey Graham might be too degenerate. My hair. Well, I think that's a compliment, and I appreciate that, Doc Goddess. Good. I will make sure they suffer. For all the harm that they've done, I'm gonna make sure they pay for that shit, yo. Fucking awful people. Murderers. Some of the worst humans to ever live. Which Phasmophobia? If Phasmophobia, Maddie, allowed mods, I would create a mod where all the ghosts were Republicans. Oh, they were awful human beings. They were terrible for the progression of humans, humans on this planet, and have hurt them for in the advancement of humans in society for decades. What they did. They have killed. They're almost directly responsible for probably killing millions of, I mean straight up millions of people. Or people having earlier deaths than they should have. You could argue forever. But I'm more of an optimist. The only charity I'll fucking give those pieces of shit. Yeah, fuck those two. Alright. How do I want to proceed, meow? Well, thank you. They're pretty desaturated at the moment, but we'll see if we can amp this up. We could amp this up. Question is, what do I want to use as my dark? My darkest dark. And I think I want to lean towards a dark cold red. Methinks. Like that. So we'll see how this looks. Because this seems to be one of the darker areas. That might be a little bit too red, and I might need to add a little bit more blue. We'll see. That might be too much blue. I'm not a bastard, you're a bastard.
Boo this man!
Done, Icy. Done. Don't you boo me. Okay, see that. It's right there. I guess we should start working on this tree a little bit. First, maybe. If I could kind of iron out that color. Because that's probably my color that's overall the most off. So let's see if we can... Maybe a little bit... maybe a little too rough. So we'll add some more yellow and lead white. Then we should probably lean into a little bit more red on that. for a couple little marks. Yeah. That red's not really coming through. I think I needed to brighten it up a little bit. That was a lot of red. Something like that, maybe. I think I'm making it too red already. So let's go into perps. A desaturated purple. Let's try this color out. All right, we'll take a look at it, Maddie. You know, if I feel like there's something that will work, I'll do it. But if not, I'll let you know. Yeah, it just doesn't go red. It's just it's more of a dark yellow. More of a dark yellow, huh? That's what I'm seeing. You know, it's just it's training your understanding of the illusion, right? So that's why you have to look at everything as a whole, Dot Goddess, right? You have to look at everything in its totality, and then adjust to what looks right next to each other. That's why, like, I consistently use that. Look at the contrast, not the color, right? It's more important to understand the contrast difference than it is to the exact color. Exactly. And understanding what levers you have to influence that, right? So say it with me now. What are the 5 ways that colors... Sorry, there are 7 ways, but ignore shapes and ignore texture. What are the 5 other ways at which we can see differences in colors? If somebody can write all 5, I'll give them 10 oily points. If somebody can write all 5, I'll give them 10 oily points. Which now apparently has a $5 value. Shit, scream, shop, sob, snack. Nope. You are very wrong. How you doing, Todd? How dare? Listen, Pickles, I know you're taking your court loss hard. All right? But I can't just make up answers for you. Listen, the Honorable Kevin dismissed the case with prejudice. No, you were talking to an imposter. Kevin is not. I assure you, Pickles, Kevin is not good people. I assure you, Pickles. Kevin is not good people. Oh, fuck you, Cranky. I mean, you were into Rudy for a while, Pickles, so obviously. Don't you want me like I want you, babe? Don't you need me like I need you now? He deserves to. Yeah, Rudy is a cheating bastard. Do you think Kevin's different? Kevin drinks 4 Locos a night. And 8 Quaaludes. Value, saturation, temperature, color. You're missing one. I need 5 Mizu and 1. No, my skull, Rudy. Hue, value, saturation, or chroma, and relationship. That's not. I need 5. You got 5, Dot Goddess. I need all 5 in one line for 10 oily points. And if I have to tell you the answer, I have to take 10 points from every single one of you. All 5 in one line. Ah! Hey, Sacred Beast. No. How you doing, Carlos? Rebus. Reba's cousin. You know how many calories on 4 Locos? Kevin keeps the weight off. I don't think Kevin eats. I've only seen Kevin consume 4 Locos and Quaaludes. D&D? Did you lose? You're the evil cousin? You're probably a murder hobo. You're probably a murder hobo, is my guess. Is that accurate? Knew it. Come on, is that anybody gonna get this contrast question right? How many ways? What are the 5 ways that colors can contrast each other outside of texture and shapes? I need 5 in one line. I won't verify it unless all 5 are in one line. Hue, value, saturation, chroma relationship, and squinting. I don't know. Nope. That is incorrect. That got us. We'll give it... I need 5 in one line, Cranky. We're going to make it for 20 oily points now. 20 oily points. If somebody gets this right. I'm not going to give any hints, though. I'm not going to give any hints. You bastards. Yes. What are the 5 technical terms or ways that we can see contrast from one color to another? Outside of shapes and texture, which are physical means. So there's 7 in total. I gave you 2 of them. Vision. I need 5 in one line. I need the 5 different ways in one line for 20 oily points, everybody. 20 oily points. That is a $10 value, everybody. That is a $10 value. I have talked about this several times on stream, too. Hue, value, opacity, pearlescence, and vision. Nope. Hue, value, shape, tint, and contrast. Nope, Sashi. I already gave shapes as one. There's 5. I gave shapes and texture. There are 5 others. Raleigh, scattering, Compton scattering. Nope. We're going to give it 3 more minutes. We're going to give it 3 more minutes before I reveal this sacred knowledge to all of you. This is knowledge passed down from my ancestors. It's very sacred knowledge, everybody. Alright? Sacred knowledge. Your mom, my mom, his mom, her mom, their mom. Nope. You couldn't be more wrong. You couldn't be more wrong, Maddie. Hue, saturation, value, gradation, and kerning. Nope. This is not a word problem. Sashi, so there are 7 ways in which our eyes can interpret contrast. Right? 2 physical being shapes and texture. I don't think so. Because this is not a problem that can be worked out without the knowledge, right? You might be able to do some, but a word problem is like, it has all the information needed within the problem to usually like a word problem in physics is like, we'll give you 2 out of the 3 variables. With those 2, you can figure out the 3rd and then figure out the answer. Right, that's more of a word problem, Maddie. Hue, value, saturation, complementary, color, and temperature is correct. Oh my god. Oh my god. I wouldn't have accepted complementary on your own, but you added color. Pickles got it. Oh wait, I missed it from Omizu. I'll give it to both of you. Hue, value, saturation, temperature, and color. Omizu and Pickles got it. Give them both 20 points. I read Pickles first. How you doing, Jiddish? So Arts and Crafts and Pickles get it. 20 points. Thank you, bud. So, what are those differences? Hue. They are not the same, Jedish. So hue, you could have a different hue of orange, right? There are different hues of orange, but they are still orange and fit the same categorically, right? So you could have a warm, like just the difference between two different oranges is considered a hue contrast, because a hue has like a more finite boundary. In addition, there's color contrast, which is a difference between like blue, green, orange, yellow, purple, red, right? Temperature is obviously a cold-warm contrast, right? A cold red versus a warm red, which also inherently has some hue. Some of these overlap, right? In addition, we have value, which is just light and dark. And then we have chroma or saturation, which is how red is that red, or how blue is that blue, right? This is as blue as it can go, but if I just desaturate it, right, it's still that like hue of blue, but it's just less of that blue. But when you change saturation, you also generally change value. There, like I said, there's usually like two overlap on all of these, right? But that is how our eyes perceive differences in contrast. And these are all levers you can pull, but once again, there are some levers you can push and pull that will affect other things. Primarily, value and saturation are heavily linked. Value and saturation are heavily linked. As well as hue and chroma. Not hue and chroma. Sorry. What's it? Color and hue. Sorry, they're not linked. It will be color's pretty unique. Hue and saturation also have a little bit of linkage. Temperature and hue are very linked. Sorry. Temperature and hue are very linked. All right. This will be on the test. There's no way out. Generally cranky. But see, the difference, Cranky Martini, is, so if you have a warm red and a cold red next to each other, you would have hue and temperature. However, you could have a warm red and a different warm red, right? Which is just a hue contrast. The fuck is a black body? I have no clue what you're talking about, Todd. Will this knowledge help me drive a new Lamborghini? It will. It will. Yeah, I don't know this answer, Todd. And I don't appreciate you emasculating me. Alright, I'm going too small with a few of these marks, methinks. Yeah. Well, that's not just radiation, Todd. You're actually imparting energy into it. So maybe that's like how it radiates the energy out, but you're also imparting physical energy when you like whack a piece of metal. I do not, Jedish. Nobody needs zinc white. May I ask you, do you ever get tired of painting, or do you only stream when you have the urge? I pretty much only... I mean, I've streamed every single painting I've done for the past 3+ years. Um, there are days where I don't feel like painting, but I do anyways. But generally, if I really am not feeling it, I don't stream. Which has happened. I'm a firm believer of like not forcing yourself to do it. In a large, like in like a regular, there's obviously days where I didn't, but I just did it anyways. But I think if that's a standard practice of yours, then you should probably not be painting. No, you don't, Maddie. You paint like twice a week? I'm generally around 3. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, Rebus, is, I mean, why force yourself to do something that you don't like doing? Think white is not the best white. Like, remember, this is a hobby. This is a hobby, and it could be a profession. But boy, like, you know, if you did painting because you liked it and then turned it into a job and then you hate it, then what's the fucking point? Just go to a fucking desk job. You could hate something, then make more money with it. You got burnt out? Interesting. Well, Reba, I've been painting for about 4.5 years. A little bit over 4.5 years. I've done probably 200 paintings. Ish in that time. And I have plenty more planned. I have plenty more planned. Yep, my first painting was first oil painting I ever did was October 2021. 2021. Rebus, I do, Amizu. What's your job? I'm trying to make this my profession, Jedish. I used to be an engineer. Sorry, I first started because I got into miniature. I played Warhammer as a kid. That's that miniature game and with painting and shit. I got back into the painting side of it about 5 years ago. And then I found out some people oil paint the miniatures, and that seemed interesting to me. And I knew so much less about everything. I didn't know any of the knowledge I have. I didn't know at that time. And but my family had old oil paints, and I borrowed them. I tried doing a miniature with oil paints, and I'm like, oh, this was fucking awful. What am I doing wrong? And I'm like, I should just paint some oil paintings to learn how to use oils, and then I never stopped. Literally never paint. Once I did this with oil paintings, I never went back to the miniatures. So yeah, that's how I got started. Painting miniatures is hard. It's just different. It's more of a practice. High-end miniature painting is it's either like, look at this hack on how to paint miniatures, or look at how many hours I spent on this one fucking thing. But some of those guys are, I mean, a lot of them are just fucking fantastic. But philosophically, I don't really align with, like, how miniature painters go about their shit. Yeah, of course, Reeves. But frankly, there is very little overlap for impressionistic painting. There are some principles that you can apply to miniature painting, but like, you know, miniature painting is more, I guess I'd argue just purely technique based. There's ways to mitigate that. Like, I think you'd be surprised. It's just like Rebus, I'm using a 2-foot long brush. This is literally how I was just holding the brush. This is literally how I was holding this brush. All right, you see this? You see this? You hear about this? You don't really need a steady hand for this. Yeah, I mean, it's I would say it's probably more, it's like more exhausting on the eyes overall. But just like, you know, I don't know, I still follow the content of it a bit. Then he found out how much the painting companies were ripping off. Yeah, that was the inevitability of it, Yambari. I wouldn't say that. It's just that some techniques, Dot Goddess, are built up, and, you know, how do you mitigate the risk of having to redo shit? Your brush, Javelin. Well, I invented the long brushes, not Matisse. Matisse did not invent long brushes, I did. Okay? No, if you didn't know, Matisse was a big fan of long brushes. He had some brushes. All right, here's another oily point opportunity, everybody. Plus or minus 1 inch. How big were some of the brushes? What's the largest brushes Matisse used? I do not have a wife, Jedish. I am living very broke right now. I try and do some freelancing modeling work. And then, you know, when I'm short, I use savings. Seven inches? No. 42? No. 32? Nope. Well, that's why I do this, Rebus. So I just sit back and forth and I don't overthink details. 72? Nope. This is at least the largest I heard about Omizu, also. 57? Nope. 32? Nope. I mean CAD. 3D modeling. I am actually a high-end expert in CAD modeling. But 5? Nope. 16? Nope. You know this is 25 inches, Jedish. 69? Nope. 118? Nope. So like I said, this is the largest I heard about. 70 centimeters? Nope. 67? Nope. $73? Nope. How many oily points did I say this was? 150 centimeters? What is that in inches? That's 60? $120 plus 30, yeah. Jedish, I'll give it to you. Jedish got it right with 150 centimeters. Roughly 60 inches. Roughly 60 inches. Matisse, I heard Matisse used for his paintings. Jedish, you need to be on Twitch in order for us to keep your points. Yeah. 2.54 centimeters to an inch. 2.54 centimeters to an inch. Nerd, fuck you. I was an engineer. I had to do that all the time. I had to do that shit all the time. Goddamn fuckers. I know, Yumbri. I thought about that too. You sick fuck, Todd. So, Jedish, you have to create a Twitch account, but then you have to continuously watch on YouTube, all right? Because I'm sad and desperate for YouTube watchers. All right, you see how that works? Don't you want me like I want you, baby? That's true. I need you now. You don't have Twitch? It's all right. You can still participate and take away the Twitch viewers' ability to earn points. That is supported. Yeah, I mean, you just remember it as you use them more, Todd. It should, Rebus. So I have redeems in my Discord, Jedish, where you could make me do like a painting with palette knives, or you could pick a reference. For example, somebody redeemed points for me to do this. You could even get a private painting lesson from me now with points. Like taffy. You could also sell them on the black market. They're worth tons of money in Cambodia. I don't even know what the plank constant is. You go to Cambodia, you could use your oily points for food. Very valuable over there. Todd was talking about the plank constant. Like chewed taffy shoved in there? What the hell's wrong with your headphones? I've been really overdoing some of these mixtures. The people, yes. The government, no, Pickles. I might be wanted in Cambodia. I'm wanted in 4 different countries right now, everybody. Alright, but don't tell anybody. I am wanted in 4 different countries. Kevin is wanted. That is true. And for much worse things than me. Nope, Rebus, you gotta stay, unfortunately. Gotcha, Todd. Braggart. Rebus, you know there's no leaving. You try and do this all the time. There is no leaving. I would not recommend buying a mixed Jedish. I would highly recommend, though, putting lead white on your palette like I do. At least bring Reba in here. If you're leaving, get Reba in here. she busy? They have a physics minor and I'm evil, so the mention of physics is enough to spawn info dumps. Fair enough. I only had to take general physics 1 and 2, but all my engineering classes were all physics based. But how well do I remember them? I don't know. I mean, the engineering curriculum in college was all physics based, all theoretical physics. But it was never quantum. It was all statics, dynamics shit. Yeah. I get you. Well, I hope you're able to figure out. I don't have any recommendations on that. Will you be adding the plug? Yes, I will. I will be, Omizu. You sick fuck. I wish I had another brush of like this one size I'm using right now. I think I ordered more of them. I can't see the size though because of caked on paint. Some of your best work yet? Maybe. Purdue has an online applied stats certs, but you need... Mine's... Those are really high GPA requirements. Those are really high GPA requirements, in my opinion. I did not have a good GPA in college. I got through it. I did not have a good GPA. There were periods of struggle. Oh, good. I'm glad. If you need more clarifying questions of Mizu, don't hesitate to ask either. Well, thank you, Doc Goddess. But we still have time to mess this up. We still have plenty of time to mess this up. So are you enjoying the privileges of being the, oh, we got ads in 2? I should take a break. Yeah. We're taking a break, everybody. Remember, you get double the Denny's discount, Dot Goddess. As the Painted On Grand Wiener, you get double the Denny's discount. Trying to work on a Zima discount too in Japan. All right, everybody. All right, time for a shit shower, shave, snack, and sob. See, Doc Goddess, all you have to do is walk in at 6 a.m. on a Monday morning and yell, "I'm painting badly." Then you also have to yell "Grand Wiener." You have to yell it. And if you do that in between 6 and 6:15 a.m., you'll get 5% off your Grand Slam breakfast. All right, everybody. We're going to take a break for 5 minutes. And we'll see you all then. Ads are about to run. All right, see you then. Oh my god, we're back. Oh my god. Sneak attack. Ah! Ah! Who pooped? I know. Who pooped? Who pooped them? I need a poop report. Me too, Maddie. That's why I haven't taken down the sign. Almost done. Almost done. Boy, is it a mess. Almost there. Hold. Hold. All right, that was it. That was the last bit. All right. Shall we continue? Don't you worry, don't you need me like I need you now? Nope, Mountie, you're stuck here. You're stuck here. This is your eternity, all right? Because we are in hell. You all might not know this. We are currently in hell, everybody. And this is all your penance. This is all your penance, everybody. You are in hell. Especially you. Wait, I'm not doing a good job. Especially you. No, this is, Maddie. I've been telling you it from the start. I don't know why, you wouldn't believe me. Like a speech on thixotropic properties focusing on how to rethicken it when it's too loose. What do you mean rethicken? Can you clarify that question? I can explain what thixotropic is. But I don't know what you mean by re-thicken. Don't you want me like I want? Baby, don't you need me like I need you? All you gotta do is just meet me at the opportunity. Also, everybody, I re-upped on my acrylic knowledge again yesterday, and stop using acrylics. If you're doing paintings like this, don't use acrylics. Make the transition to oils, everybody. Son of a bitch! Dolly Ollie Oxenfree. So I'd avoid honestly, Dark Goddess, if you're willing, I would not recommend using Galkid because it is a resin. Thixotropic properties would be affected by cold and heat. By how much, I'm not sure. But thixotropic, so you know my oleo gel is thixotropic. Bitch! So what thixotropic means, Dot Goddess, is that when it's not being moved or a force acting upon it, it keeps its form. So like a gel, right? Most gels are thixotropic. So it will hold its form, but when you apply force to it, it turns into a liquid. Right? That's what thixotropic means, right? Galkid I wouldn't use because of resin. Resins are the devil and the demon. And a demon. I don't recommend the usage of any resin
Tonight. You.
Oh my god! Alright, Dolly. There's some shit I wanted to explain to you, by the way. When you get just message when you get back on. You sick fuck. But do you know why you don't want to use resins, Dot Goddess? Does anyone want to know why you don't want to use resins? I can go into this. Because I'm pissed. Really pissed. I'm as pissed off as a Republican seeing a happy gay couple. I'm livid at Dolly Ollie Oxenfree. Because they get you high? Nope. What color piss are you? Blood red. No, blood. Always blood. I didn't even have to think about it, Maddie. change to Galkid Light Gel. Are you talking about that solvent-free gel? Does that have resin in it? So, Dot Goddess, I have two solutions for you. 3 solutions. If it has resin in it, do you want to see the dangers of resin? Do you want to see the dangers of resin? I actually have something that can show you. Practically. So, because of a quick drying thing, and I was making labels for my paints, okay? I mixed it with a Galkid, and you see this label? That's titanium white. Do you see how much it's yellowed? Hold on. Maybe we'll do it like this. Yep. It's only a year old. That's the Galkid that yellowed it. And I'll even do you one better. I'm going to put on some pure... I'm just going to put a little touch of titanium white on it to show you the difference. That I used the brush that I've been using and it didn't really... Here. God damn it, if the color wasn't... The color that's on the brush. Hold on, I got a better way of doing this. Okay. So. Oh. God damn it. Why can't I show you this? Well, because of this fucking light. Can you see the difference pretty well there? That's the difference of Galkid. And that was a year. Not even a year, probably. For this tube. I don't know if the solvent-free gel, but I do suspect now that there is a resin in there. I do suspect that there's a resin on there now. Yep. And here, that's not even the biggest issue. Doc Goddess, that's not even the biggest issue. Do you know what the other biggest issue is with solvents? Not solvents, with resins in your paint? Because the yellowing is not the biggest issue. It is a huge issue, though. That's what it is, Mud. So, resins are soluble in solvents, right? And oil. It doesn't have, like, a great film either. But the thing is you can't clean the painting. Because the solvents will pull the resin from the paint layer, causing it to become a weaker and have gaps in the paint layer that will degrade it and or destroy it. So you essentially created a painting that can't be cleaned. Or they have to be exceptionally careful with their cleaning methods. But then you're also dealing with the yellow, so you're double fucked, you know? It would be nice, wouldn't it, Mud? Yeah, it really won't help with sinking in. Dot Goddess. That's why it's like the only mediums you should use are linseed oil based mediums. So first layer, linseed oil mixed with a little stand oil, right? Second layer, oleo gel, which is just linseed oil mixed with fumed silica. That's what oleo gel is. And then if I need to, I'll go straight paint from the tube. Straight paint from the tube. The tube. So now Oreo gel. Problem with oleo gel is only Natural Pigments sells it that I've seen online. If you could find it somewhere else, by all means. I have only found it on Natural Pigments' website. It's a little overpriced. So I am going to be making it myself to save money, and I might offer it on my shop for a more reasonable rate. But if you're comfortable with the price, then by all means order it from them. Or you could make your own. You could buy fumed silica off of Amazon and mix it with your linseed oil of choice. Yeah, the medium market, painting mediums.goddess, are single-handedly are the biggest scam in the art materials market. Liquid is horseshit. Gal kids are horseshit. Solvents are their markups on that shit.goddess are probably in between 10 to 20 times, probably even more. What they mark up on that shit for what it costs to make is, I'm willing to bet, is obscene. Like, unethically obscene. Yeah, so if you wanted to make oleo gel for yourself, buy fumed silica on Amazon. Use your refined linseed oil. You know. Yeah. Maddie, why do you think I do it? It just, it is more effort though, You have to take a little bit more ownership. And you just have to put in the work. I get why some people don't or can't, but I felt compelled to do so. It was Cabosil, CAB-O-SIL. I believe was his. I'm not insane. I'm pragmatic. And gorgeous. Nope. I'm not delusional. Who here thinks I'm actually delusional? See, nobody said anything. See, I'm not delusional. I'm not delusional in the slightest. Nope. Nobody said anything, Maddie. You're wrong. No, nobody said anything. Nobody said a peep. That's how I know what I'm doing is correct. Son of a bitch. Beads. It's just common sense, Maddie. I'm obviously very mentally stable and very good looking. Very. How you doing, Nordic? How are you? See, Nordic didn't say anything. And Nordic is a great judge of character. Good, good. No, it's too late now. And you're bribing. And you're a dirty briber. See? Are you seeing this, Icy? How my chat abuses me? Are you seeing this, Icy? See how deranged? How deranged they all are? Delulu? It could be. And sick? I mean, you all could be in Girl Interrupted. I watched that for the first time the other day. You could all be in Girl Interrupted. No, these people are all sick, Icy. I don't. I cry. I cry from this abuse. But then I remember I'm an alpha. I'm a lone wolf alpha. Yeah, that's how you know nobody's good here. Maddie is full of hate and anger. She's like kind of an Anakin Skywalker type. Up to my gills in hatred. We know. Oh, nice, Nordic. How was that? Nice. Yeah, fuck those people. Ruin it for everybody. A little bit over. That is true, I see. I am broke. Or I'm not completely broke, but I have very little money. I did buy brushes, so I'm a little bit lower. And I gotta buy this easel. I gotta buy this easel soon. But I'm more annoyed that you're broke, Nordic. You're a nurse. You should be making good money. It's bullshit that you don't get paid enough. Yeah, no, I'm not saying it's your fault. It's just, it's nuts that specifically skilled labor with that type of responsibility is not making a good living. Don't blame Nordic, Maddie. You're sick. Oh my god. Why would you blame Nordic for that? Nordic, do you see this? Maddie's blaming you. Well, that's why I'm transitioning the stream, Icy. We are doing prosperity gospel here. So that means all of you have to give me all of your money. All right? We are going to straight prosperity gospel because I need a third plane. Okay, everybody? So just, who here has $3 billion they can give me right now? The Lord wants it. If you give me $3 billion, it will turn into $4 billion next week. God will give you $4 billion next week. No, TDS, if you give me $1 billion right now, you'll get easily another $1.5 billion next week. All right. Prosperity gospel, everybody. This is the future of streaming. This is the future of streaming, everybody. Prosperity gospel. Yep. I mean, CNAs make nothing, Maddie. Certified nurses assistants here, they make like I went on a date with somebody before who was a CNA, and she was getting like, I think it was 15 an hour for a really tough fucking job. Now it didn't need a college degree, but boy is that job difficult. Yeah, really, Harper? Yeah. Yeah, this one was in Illinois, so. Do you have experience with that, Harper? No shit. Well, that's a tough job. I commend you. The shit you have to deal with, literally and figuratively. That's why we should all just buy into this prosperity gospel, everybody. It will make all of us rich. Yeah, I bet. I'll take it, Nordic. And with that, it will double. You'll get double that amount back. God will bestow you with double that amount of money within the week if you give me everything you have. All right, prosperity gospel. The key is you got to say prosperity gospel as you're, doing it. That's the key, everybody, okay? Come on, could all those southern pedophiles be wrong? Yeah. It's all tough work. I bet. Doggone it, so you've had a lot of random ass jobs. I will not. I refuse, Amizu. I will not do any more blending. That is a lot. That is very, son of a bitch! Come on! The hell? You're back for a bit? I do need to say that as... What guy do you know? Yeah, the job market's weird. AI fucked that up too, because now, like, all the job postings are either fake or they do an AI, like, a person doesn't look at your resume. Until an AI, like, you know, AI screener sees it. It's really fucking weird right now. Right, I usually got my jobs through headhunters, though, when I was working in engineering. I mean, it's, you know, it's always a question of the devil you know and the devil you don't know. But Maddie, if you want to make more money, doing the same or similar job, usually it takes having to leave. It's just the nature of it. But I don't know how that works in, like, dog grooming, frankly. You know? Unless you, like, you know, I'd imagine it's building up your customer base and then going off solo is probably, like, you know, a way you could up your money, but you probably need to build your clientele a little bit more. Very much so, Omizu. Are we talking about me, Ollie? What the hell's going on? I see. All right, why am I not? All right, the contrast of the wood is a little bit difficult for me right now. Do I just push it a little bit more? It's a lot. It's a lot, Ollie. That's why I'm back whoring. You didn't have to be mean about it. Jeez. Oh, gotcha. Well, this guy's also, well, stemming from his cult days, tax evasion and wire fraud. Tax evasion and wire fraud. Aren't we all, Mizu? Well, yeah, we know that, but that just, you know, that's part of the biz, all right? Listen, if you're in that biz, you're liable to get poisoned at any given point. Did I grow up conservative badly? Not necessarily. I had some contrarian streak in me where I said I was a conservative. It's before I really knew about anything. But once I started to, like, really pay attention to politics, in college, it kind of just, like... Once I really started to put active thought to it, you know, started to get very left. And I'm very left to this day. Because Republicans are literally evil. They want people to die and suffer. So I wasn't religious growing up. It's not like I had that influence. It was more of I never really thought about it too much in a serious, like, you know, real way. And then once I did, it just, you know, instantly. Oh, like manual rock'em sock'em robots? They really do. They're evil men. Well, and women, but a lot of evil men. I mean, if it was their way, it would be no women, so it would just be other hot young men. Don't know if I like this mark. A little bit too yellow, methinks. Me stinks. That's true. And I can't help it. The gay deep state constantly is prying into my mind. You wouldn't believe how constant the gay thoughts were last night, Ollie. You wouldn't believe how constant and consistent those gay thoughts were while I was trying to go to sleep. Every 5 seconds. The gay deep state is really trying to convert me. The dastardly gay deep state. I don't know what I'm going to do, everybody. What can I do when I'm being harassed by the gay deep state? Yeah, see? I feel bad for you, Nordic. That gay deep state is really upping
Quit playing with your dinghy.
attacks. I will not, Dolly. The one joy I have in this world. The one. No, no, no. If I have the gay thoughts, you all have gay thoughts too. No, Pickles. Can't do it. As the alpha, the gorgeous, beautiful alpha that I am, I can't accept it. Especially now with Tate being arrested. After my boy Tate being arrested, somebody needs to take up this mantle. And they need the super straight man that I am to do so. Yeah, an awesome outfit, Maddie. a really awesome, hot outfit. See, there I go again. The gay deep state. A really manly outfit. That would be a good Halloween costume, wouldn't it? I don't know if I like how this face is turning out. Okay. I'll try not to, Doc Goddess. Have you been training for the new testosterone building alpha wrestling matches? Job requires you to do on a weekly basis. Have I been training? I'm running it, Ollie. I'm running it. Do you think there's another alpha that could even run such a thing? That's all me. And we're doing it Greek style. Well, that's the new thing. I added the Greek rules. Greek Olympic rules. No clothes. I'd say I'm probably 2% clearance ham. Thank you very much. What are you talking about? Clearance ham is for men. Rock Ham Sam robots? Oh, this is here. Okay, all right. Fair enough, Omizu. We may look like pansies, but watch what you say or else we'll punch out your lights. It's not. You find a 90-cent a pound ham and not buy 12 pounds of it. Don't laugh at me. Are you coming back, Dolly? I could lecture you when you get back. It's not a super urgent thing, but there's a couple things I wanted to tell you about. All right. Just remind me when you get back. No, Maddie, this is hell. I can't fire. I can't fire anybody. Goddamn right.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
I'm being honest. Jeez. It's like some of you don't even know me. Watch what you say, or else we'll punch out your light. Impossible. Impossible, Dolly. No, you don't get it. You don't get it, Maddie. See, it's not about being honest or lying. It's just that everything you say is by default right. You don't get it. See, Maddie, this is why you haven't ascended yet. This is why you haven't ascended. You can't unfollow me. Let's do this first. Not pansies. Don't watch what you say, or else we'll punch out your life. Kind of feel like this painting sucks, everybody. Not gonna lie. Not liking it. Not liking it so far. True. True, Mud. Valid point. But I might crash out, everybody. I might crash out. Oh, really, Maddie? That's funny. And I'm due for a crash out. I'm due for a crash out. Did I pick the easiest? I don't think I did. Wipe it? I could wipe it. And I could burn it for firewood if I need to stay warm tonight. Let's see if we can make this work. Brr, it's cold in here. There must be some toros in the atmosphere. Name that movie, 1 oily point. There it is. Mud, you get a point. Mud, I knew you were going to know that one, though. I feel like that was kind of like a big movie in our age range. Yep. One of my friends, like, little sister, it was her favorite, like, she was, like, 6. And whenever his mom would drive us home, she would be in the car as well. And it was her favorite movie, and apparently she'd watch it multiple times per day when she was, like, 6. You love that movie? I've never seen Mean Girls, actually. What? I haven't. We're talking about the Lindsay Lohan one, right? That's what you're calling the OG one? Yeah, okay. I just don't have any want to watch it. But I'll probably watch it one of these days. Ugh, fuck this. Hate that. Hate how that looks. Yeah, yeah. You can't sit with this. I'm more of a Pitch Perfect boy. Yeah. Pitch Perfect is just kind of fun. There's some good comedic notes in it, too. As a Green Bay Packers fan, too, I love the Green Bay Packers joke in the second one. And that is way it's, yeah, I like, everyone loves it. You know, I'd probably enjoy it too. I just have never like been in a situation where it's like, I'm gonna sit down and watch this, or like, you know, watching it with somebody. It's never come up as like, oh, let's watch Mean Girls, you know. That's kind of been like why I haven't seen it, you know. Frankly, most people don't like to watch the type of movies I like to watch anyway, so be it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not saying it's bad or I wouldn't watch it. It's just like, yeah. It just never came up. I also think I kind of avoided it when Lindsay Lohan was crashing out. For like that 5-year stretch. Yeah. Yeah, she did. It seems like she's doing better, though. Which is good. Probably. I think she married like a... Now that you mention it, I think she married like a very wealthy person in Dubai. So not a big fan of that, frankly, but, you know. I don't even remember the plot. I'm pretty sure I saw Parent Trap growing up. Yep, okay, yeah. So we were... Yeah, you were right on Dubai, I was right on like a super rich dude. There you go. Oh, good for her. I mean, she just did that Freaky Friday, like, sequel with, Jamie Lee Curtis. Was it? Was that the plot? That's horrible. Oh my god. Those parents should be thrown in jail. Oh yeah, yeah, no. I do recall that Parent Trip was a remake. But I'm talking about the Freaky Friday, like one they just redid. Like it was a sequel reboot combo thing, I think. Let's see how this looks. Yeah, one had a British accent, right? One was British. Yep. What were, like, you know, as I've told y'all, I've watched a ton of Muppets growing up, but I didn't have much of, like, those films, like I saw Bring It On a few times, but I didn't see, like, yeah, I didn't watch, like, Parent Trap or, you know what one was? Harriet the Spy I watched a bunch. I did watch Harriet the Spy a good amount of times. There's some weird shit in that film, too. Harriet the Spy was good. John Tucker, I never watched that. They did that weird ritual where they cut their feet and, like, pressed it together. That always kind of weirded me out. And then the Birdcage Man, they were way too trusting of, even though he wasn't a bad guy. I still don't think you should trust a random bird person you meet. Did you, Ollie? Yep. That movie was like, I commend that movie though for how dark it was and serious it was for being a fucking Nickelodeon film. Like, that movie had some real, that movie had some real balls to it. I have to say. All right, Ollie, you ready for, something I've been, wanting to tell you? You ready for the lecture? All right. You need to, you ought, O-U-G-H-T, ought to be more careful with your usage of medium. You have, I've noticed when you've been painting, you have a lot of mixing on the canvas. You don't want that. Okay, on the first one, it's fine. On subsequent layers, you need to use less medium. Significantly less medium than what you're doing, because a lot of shit is mixing together. You get what I'm saying? Well, so, all right. You see this? This, my first layer had linseed oil on it, right? Ollie? Here, I'm going to do a demonstration for you. Okay? First layer had just linseed oil. All right? So now I'm going to paint some green over this. All right? And I'm going to use oleo gel. Oleo gel is a thicker, it's a gel-like medium, but it doesn't have resin, doesn't have solvents in it. Okay? I use oleo gel on top of it. Oleo gel on top of it. You generally want to use a medium that's thicker or paint from the tube when paint. So you need to use you paint the same on top of same. You paint something thicker on top, and that could eventually lead you to paint out of the jar. Okay? I'm just trying to get the proper green here. Right? But when I do this, I probably could use more paint on this brush though. We'll see if I have enough paint. But when you do this, you can get a straight line on top without it mix it. You get what I'm saying? So I have noticed that when you paint, you got a lot of mixing on top. And that leads you to blend it, which is something you don't want to go, you know, which is not recommended. You don't want to mix on the canvas. You want to mix on the palette and apply it. Capiche? And on your first layer, you don't want to use so much medium that it drips. I get you. This is... Well, you can make it as well. Ollie, here. Write this down. I was telling Doc Goddess about it too. Write this shit down if you can write it down. Yeah, but dripping's too much medium. It's bad for the painting. Everybody loves the drips. And yes, I am grifting. But you, do you have something to write this down? Oh, fuck. All right, Cabosil. C-A-B-O-S-I-L. If you mix that with linseed oil, no. If you mix that with linseed oil, you get oleo gel. And it makes your dick hard. Okay. Avoid mediums with resins at all costs. Yep, there you go. It's very powdery shit, though, so make sure your kids don't get close to it. Like, that shit is very light, Cabosil. It's fumed silica. You don't want to breathe it in. It's not, like, poisonous or anything like that. It just could become a mess in a hurry. You're gonna have to do it by eye, but, like, you know, it's just like a gel. It just, you know, you literally just mix it in with the oil, and it should be able to be this firm. But if you, you know, mix too much, add a little bit more oil, but just take it slow, and you can just mix it with a palette knife. Okay? Yeah, I mean, I didn't want to harp on you last night while you're doing it, because it's your first fucking time. But just, you know, keep on, if you just keep on trying to do that, it's okay if you're not successful. You know what I mean? As long as you just kind of pound that into your head, that this is like, you know, this is the start, it'll become more and more second nature-y, okay? So don't feel bad. It's okay. Listen, you're new to this shit. Don't go crazy. Don't be too hard on yourself. All right? It took me a while to do shit like this too. I commend you for trying and working on it. But it takes effort. It takes real intent. It takes real intent to get this shit, you know, to, you know, to get yourself where you start to see your improvements, you know? That's because you're a vile pervert, Maddie. I do kind of hate this background. This feels so illustrative to me. You are. Yeah, I mean, it helps. It depends on what, you know, what you can handle or not. I get it, though. Stream can be distracting. No. Oh, I hate this. I'm not gonna wipe it now. just don't like it. Usually with these things, there comes a point where it like shapes up, and it just hasn't happened with this one. You feel it coming? No, that's just Taco Bell lettuce. Because I'm in one of those spots where it's just like I really... You know, you're doing everything you normally do. But then it looks like, you know, a comic book artist did it. Ugh. And I don't have, you know, I like kind of see why. I just... Take a breather. I don't really, like, want to. As stubborn as that sounds. I'm just thinking about what is... Like, is it the wood? Is it just the abruptness of the bright fingers? That's like fucking with me. Like, the eyes are bad. I gotta put out more paint, too. The eyes aren't great. What else is awful about this? Yeah, the background is worse than I expected for this. And if I had to put it down to it, it's probably an inability to recognize how to handle these kind of specific contrast. Yeah, there's probably a little bit more dark there. It does count, Maddie. Maddie. it looks so childish to me. It looks like something you'd see from a highlights magazine. Who got that reference? I know. I mean, I agree with you, Dolly. But maybe I gotta get some more, like, pointed highlights on certain areas. Maybe I gotta venture into a couple different colors here. But these are gonna stand out a little bit. Goddamn right. And at the in the nurse's room at your elementary school. Oh, fuck. Hang in there, yeah. You know, it just feels like there's a lot of abruptness that I'm not handling well in this specific reference. And why is that? Why am I not seeing it well? So I didn't go too saturated on shit. But maybe that is something I needed to do. Like, maybe that just needs to be warmer. And a smidge brighter. Try this. Looks a little better. Maybe it's these weird color transitions in this wood, too, that's throwing me off. They go to yellow to, like, a desaturated, and I might be overdoing that difference. Alpha Greek style. Easier said than done. It's interesting. These are very, like, I'm not, like, disheartened by this. It's just interesting when you feel like you're, it's always interesting when you're in a situation where you feel like nothing you're doing is working. And I do appreciate, like, how do I troubleshoot this? Because I'm not going to spend 1 billion hours on this fucking painting. But what causes it? How you doing, Smoothie Time Official? It is. It is, yeah. I get followed around by a black cloud. It was a curse from a witch. I was cursed by a witch in the woods. After I attempted to eat their home because I assumed it was made out of candy. It turned out it was just wood. Wood and drywall. And some copper piping. But I got through a quarter of the house. But I had to be sure. She? How sexist of you, Dolly. No, I didn't stop myself. What happened was, I found the house. I started eating it, of course. The witch came up livid. It's like, hey, why are you eating my home? I drove off. I decided to put it in reverse for a second, and I ran over the witch several times. And in their dying breath, they cursed me. In their dying breath, they cursed me. It was a horrendous accident. Yep. All right. We're just going to leave it at that, though. All right. We don't need to ask any more questions. All right. And maybe some people would say that witch had it coming. All right. Maybe there was a little back and forth. All right. Yeah, Marie. I'm not committing to that version of the story. Oh yeah, we're all alpha male Mormons here, Smoothie Time. We are big alpha males here. All right, all of us. And those red pills, I take 80 red pills a day. And they get expensive. You've crossed the line. What line have I crossed? You know, Smoothie Time, obviously since you're here, you know, you're obviously an alpha male too. Okay. Obviously. You wouldn't be here otherwise. No, you gotta get the red ones. You gotta get the red ones. If you want to ascend, you're gonna have to switch to red. No, it's not gonna work. It's not gonna. You're hurting yourself. Has to be red pilled. You also have to go to. You know, obviously, you're gonna join us at the Andrew Tate. At the Andrew Tate protest that's going on. We gotta, you know, he needs to be freed. He's too valuable. Yep. I'm a lone wolf that leads this pack of lone wolves. No, it needs to be red, Smoothie Time. Jesus, throw those out. Throw those out. That, you know what? That's the gay deep state. That's the gay deep state getting to you. All right? We are under attack by the gay deep state. Everyone, all right? They are constantly sending me all these gay thoughts to my head. Justice for Andrew, yep. No, from jail. We are in hell, though, too, though. Yeah, that's true. That is true, Ollie. All right, so You know, make sure you get your signs. You know, we are also going to a march to get what's it? Viagra to be covered by insurance. We also are doing that. That's another march we're doing. We are also doing the march to make sure that birth control is not covered. Okay? We are also doing that march too. Oh Jesus, Todd. No, we wanted to make it law that it could never be covered by insurance. Oh yeah, abortion's straight up illegal in all cases. There are no cases where abortion should be legal. Okay. You know. But we should also make sure that those kids never get government benefits. Okay. So no SNAP. Obviously, those kids should starve. Okay. Those kids should starve. Obviously. We also want them to enshrine that school lunches, free school lunches are illegal. Well, single mothers, yeah, obviously should. Single mothers should have no rights. They should be forced to wear a scarlet A on every piece of their clothing. You know, normal things. That's why we're alphas. All right? That's why we're alphas. All right, so thank you for joining us. You know, help out the cause, brother. Yep, the whole 10 yards. So obviously, since you hear, you agree with everything I just said out loud. Okay? Just by being here, you agree with that. You agreed. You agreed. All right. Everyone heard it. So obviously, if you just hear it, you know, you agree with this, you know. We have a project 2028 coming up. Mudworks wrote it, and it kind of outlines all of our goals. All right, project 2028. Mudworks is the author. Where it pretty much outlines the legal language of what I just said. It will. This will trump that one. Well, yeah, of course. Of course. I'm technically the author. Yeah, exactly. I mean, obviously, if we want to have any real traction, I have to be listed as the author. This is the whole point. Oh, God. God, I say some awful shit here, huh? Oh, my God. Could you imagine I'm saying that shit out loud? Come on! My points! Oh, I should be ashamed of myself. Is it weird that I'm not ashamed of just even saying that stuff? Is that weird? Well, Stiff Creations, it's the gay deep state. No, it's not the red pills. It's the gay deep state that makes you gay. All right? They use their new technology, their gay technology, to implant those gay thoughts into your head. I'm being constantly attacked by gay thoughts. No, you'll be able to tell. They're shaped like penises. That's true. Well, it's a gay deep state, Dolly. They're everywhere. Unfortunately, they figured out how to get around the tinfoil. That's why you should buy my new hats made out of Kevlar, okay, and aluminum and meteorite, okay? That can help slow down the gay thoughts. But you'll generally still, some will still get through, but you can help mitigate it quite a bit. Quite a bit. Aluminum, yep. Aluminum, Kevlar, and meteorite. All right. You could buy it in my shop for $10,000. It's the only way. It's the only way to stop the ugly, evil gay deep state. For 3 easy payments of $10,000. Snake oil's on the way, Maddie. Snake oil's on the way. Careful with those perverts, Smoothie. Everybody, did the gay deep state already get smoothie time? Is that what we just saw? I think we just saw the gay deep state working just now on smoothie time. Unbelievable. You're never safe, everybody. You're not safe from the gay deep state. Good stiff creations, yeah. I mean, like every 3 seconds I'm having gay thoughts. All right, be safe, Smoothie. Be safe. You don't know what that gay deep state is capable of. And that's why in Mud's Project 2028, we are going to destroy the gay deep state. Okay? Well, it's part of the plan, Mud. We will destroy it by infiltration. All right. And sure, we might have to go to some of their yeah, obviously, Mud. We'll have to go to their parties and, their orgies. We'll probably have to partake in them. All right? It's the only way to do this. Yeah. It's the only way to stop them. All right? Destroy by penetration. I mean infiltration. No. We have to stop them. We must stop them for the sake of the children. For the sake of the children. All right? Could you imagine if all of our children were gay? And a part of the gay deep state? Oh my God. Do you know how uncomfortable that will be for like a day? Good. Good. Train hard, everybody. Train hard. All right? You expect me to love my child when they're gay? No. Can't do it. Can't do it. I'm more important than my child. What would they do without me? That is how it works, Mud. Well, yeah, I mean, we are prosperity gospel now, Dolly. You must have already forgotten. Don't forget, if you know, give me all your money and you'll double it next week, everybody. All right? If you give me all your money, it will be, God will bestow you with the gift. By next week, it will be doubled. Okay? Will be doubled. Well, 10x it in a matter of months. I'm saying next week you'll double it. And then, Maddie, you could donate your doubled money, right? You can go exponential, okay? Donate me all your money. Double it the next week. Donate all that money, you double that. It's exponential. Right? All you have to do is just keep on donating it to me. And any money you earn, you see how this works? And, yep, good. All right, for anyone listening, you know, you just got to donate me all of your money. There is no limit. God is good. God is good. All right. All right, Stiff. Yeah, I mean, you know, you got to do it. You got to protect yourself. The gay deep state won't stop. All right. I'm wearing 2 of them right now, and I'm still getting gay thoughts every 3 seconds. That's how powerful. That's the enemy we're facing, everybody. Okay? I mean, think about it. Think about all of our heroes that have been, you know, influenced by the gay deep state. Lindsey Graham, Mike Johnson, Marco Rubio, Josh Hawley, Ted Cruz, Burt Moreno, Stephen Miller, Charlie Kirk, Benny Johnson. I mean, the list goes on, right? All of our heroes, right? All of our heroes and how they're just constantly being tormented. Can you see how much they're sacrificing for us? Goddamn heroes. I mean, they're on the front lines. They're on the front lines against this gay deep state. What do you mean, JK, smoothie time? You think we're joking? We take this super serious. Oh, gotcha. There was no one there. Yeah. Okay. Practically tragic. Thank you for the follow. Don't believe this opossum. This possum is wanted. This possum is wanted for crimes. Very serious crimes. Facing the death penalty. You can't escape him, Maddie. You can't escape him. Just like the gay deep state, we have to fight it. We can't escape it, everybody. We have to fight it. And we'll do it from their insides. I mean the inside. So, Mud's gonna put up the Project 2028 on the Discord soon. You know, Mud's been working on that for years. It's your manifesto. It's your manifesto, and it's a shame that you can't put your name on it. But, you know, it's in good hands, Mud. It's in good hands. Oh my God. Ollie. By the way, everybody, for the chess club on the Discord, should I just create a section for it? How do we want to do this? Dolly has beaten me bad twice, everybody. I'll play you tonight. I want a rematch. I want a rematch. All right. No worries. Hey, Badly, would you like a solution to distribute your paints for cheaper? How much would that actually cost? I can't make enough paint to like... Bezos. He's right behind me. Oh, he's gone. Okay, he's gone. Somebody else must have done it. Thank God that was close. I think I just need like a go straight purple. You think badly made paints can get in there with 3M and Procter and Gamble? Yeah, that makes sense. You know, just with how many orders I've had fucked up here, I just don't know how they, like, really make a profit with the free shipping. But I guess it is kind of like a loss leader for their other shit. Well, no, all I have to do is ship white pigment. Wink! Well, yeah, but if I understood what you were alluding to, you know, instructing me to sell drugs off of Amazon, what you just told me to do. Yep, see? Maddie heard it. No, I heard I had to do that. And in a deposition, I'm going to have to tell the truth. You know, when I'm inevitably deposed, I'll say, Todd told me to do it. Fucking shit. And Maddie. Yep. I'll say, why would Todd tell me to do this? And now Kaiser Soche. Soche? Kaiser Sose? Everybody? I look really cool. Like Maddie's hero Kevin Spacey. I don't know. Is that worth it, Maddie? You're fine. I've thought about it. Do people really, like, view it? Would it really help the mobile viewing? I mean, if it gives me like an extra 5 or 10 viewers, that's worth it, obviously. But I don't know if it'll affect my connection. I really dislike this background. I didn't realize how bad it would translate. Do you, that goddess? Maybe it's the high key that's throwing me off now that you mention it. You think this sells at the next art fair? If I bring it. I don't know if I'm going to bring this. My next art fair is 3 weeks away. I would probably sell this for pretty cheap, though, if somebody wanted to buy it. Kind of hate it, though. It should be a pretty different crowd. You know, it's a rich area of a suburb just north of Chicago called Evanston. Can be fairly bougie. It's also a bigger fair because it's a food and art fair. But, you know, it's run by the same company. So, will that, like... You know, I've been trying to think about, like, you know, is that the type of fair what I would do well? My prices might need to be... I might need to have more transitional pricing than what I had. I don't think I'll have prints ready, though, for that one either. But I'm also not really looking to sell prints as a whole or have that be a significant. Because, like, what am I going to sell prints for? Like 30 bucks, 20 bucks, 25 bucks? But I also think prints can kind of cheapen my booth a little bit. So it's really hard. It's really hard to think about. Because you don't really know anything about... Like, what data am I going to pull from outside of my anecdotal experiences? And the fact of the matter is there's none other. I can listen to people on YouTube who seem like they kind of are making shit up at times. Or making up interactions or stories. Yeah, I mean, if I had physical prints, I'd have to put up the money too. Plus, my paintings don't really translate well to prints because of the thickness and the fixins. So it's just really hard to say. Like, I kind of feel at this point, like, we're gonna I'm improving the display of everything a little bit. But, like, you know, major changes, not sure. Yeah. So we'll see. We will see. Okay. Do I want to do anything more with this? I have mixed feelings about that, Doc Goddess, because I also don't want to be like, I really don't want to be a pandering, like, I don't want to pander, right? Because, like, I rather make people who like my shit, right? Outside of just, like, of course I want to make sales, right? But it's like, I'm not going to be doing Muppets for you know, my main work. And I don't want to be in a situation where it's like, oh, well, the only ones I sell are the ones that I hate doing or don't want to do, or they're just like copying somebody else's work, essentially. Right? But, you know, there is an argument for it. I'm not saying there isn't. What if you worked on a painting from life in your booth? Very tough, Yambari. I can't do it inside the booth because the lighting's shit. So then I have to stand outside and paint and talk with people, or just be like a guy sitting there. I don't know. I've heard of other people doing it, but it seems a little gouache. Okay. That is the... do I even sign this fucking stuff? I gotta sign shit, so whatever, I'll sign it. I'll sign this garbage with this shitty brush. Left or right side? Left or right side for signing? Left? All right. I should use a smaller brush than this fucking thing. That brush is dog shit. Where did I put my teeny tiny brush? That brush is good enough. Sometimes your brush isn't good enough. Alright, good. Have fun, Pickles. You would hang it in your house? So you're the one. Like I said, it finished up better than where it was at, but I still hate it. Maybe. Maybe. Took me longer than I expected to. I thought there was a chance this was going to be a 3-hour painting. Okay. That is true. That is true. We did have a big rant on the gay deep state today. And what they're doing to this country. I will not stop ranting about the gay deep state. Oh, we know. I could hear Mud rolling her eyes. Okay. So long, farewell, something, something, something. I sing that song a lot, considering how much I hate it. Sing songs from that movie. Yeah, Sound of Music. Not a fan. I saw it too much growing up. All right. And now, what everybody's been waiting for, why you're all here, time to wipe the D. Live and uncensored. It's happening. Oh, Lord. Lord have mercy. Lord save me. Oh my God. The gay thoughts. Oh, they're coming in so strong right now. Oh God. Please. I need a young priest and an old priest. Oh God. Lord. Oh God, Mike Johnson is here. Oh my God, Marco Rubio too. You're really learning after Dia, huh, Maddie? Put the hats back on. Put the hats back on! Thank you. Thank you, Amisa. Oh God. I'm being surrounded. By old white Republicans. Alright. Alright, they're gone. They're gone. They disappeared. I was able to resist. Alright, let's get a picture. It's 11 by 14. It's one of those. It's the smallest I work on at the moment. So long, farewell. Okay. All right. Let's find somebody to raid, huh? Don't you want somebody to raid? We have... I just raided Dota chess. And they're doing chess anyways. Lithia's on... Oh, not a lot of people are on, huh? So long, farewell. Play her in chess. I gotta eat first, and I gotta beat you first. Waltering? We could raid Waltering. Did it, Omizu? I'm not there yet, but we'll see. We'll see. I think it might be the light background fucking me up. It might be the light background. Let me post it though really quickly. Yeah, thank you for hanging out, Yabri. Thank you, everybody. We're gonna raid Waltering. Next stream, probably Monday. Needs blending. Shut up. Yeah. Join the Discord, subscribe to YouTube. Get private lessons. Buy paints. Buy originals. You know I won't, Dolly. You know I won't. Son of a bitch! Two streams in a row? 2 5-baggers? Hooray! You too, Omizu. You sick fuck. You sick fuck. Unbelievable. Unfucking believable. Well, my night's ruined. My night's ruined. Yeah, right? Doc Goddess, you have a wonderful night. Greenbag, I'll see you in hell. And yeah. Till next time. If I feel up for it, I might try and do my setup tomorrow. Like a new setup. So we might have a, big painting coming up. We'll see. All right, everybody. Till next time. Bye-bye.